blood pressure, and it is easily accessible anywhere. A study conducted by the Cambridge University Press reiterates the necessity of meditation during times of crisis such as COVID-19. In research published in Everyday Health has described how prayer and meditation, prayer and spirituality protect the emotional health by offering a bigger sense of purpose, by providing social support, by lifting the spirits, and by helping you cope with the difficulties. And a report published in Health Psychology found that when researchers followed 191 people with congestive heart failure for 5 years, they found that those who reported feeling spiritual peace and who also made some healthy lifestyle changes were significantly more likely to live longer than their peers. You can see how meditation, prayer, and spirituality have a direct impact on your very life. And people with major depressive disorder or chronic medical illness who report high levels of religiosity, which includes daily religious experiences, generally become more optimistic than their peers. So, not only does prayer and spirituality increase the optimism, it can actually increase your lifespan. And this is found in this study. Now, let us understand a little bit more about how meditation directly impacts the brain. The brain positivism has directly demonstrated this impact. Now, let us understand and watch this video.
Nithyananda participates and encourages scientific researchers to derive evidences for meditation and healing through meditation. Dr. R. Murli Krishna, President COO, Integris Mental Health and James L. Hall Jr., Center for Mind, Body and Spirit, Oklahoma in US, and his team invited Nithyananda to derive scientific evidences for meditation and the state of his enlightenment.
When Swamiji came, I have requested him to do one thing. I asked him, would you be willing to undergo some scientific investigation of the meditation process? He very cheerfully agreed without one complaint. He went for 3 repeat sessions for PET scanning and 3 repeat sessions for quantitative EEG sessions. And these are really not very easy tests to go through. It requires a lot of patience and a lot of willingness to
Nithyananda's neurological system can be found in the book Mystic Phenomena Scientific Data.
Yes, now that we have understood the impact of prayer and the supreme consciousness as revealed as the best stress buster.
If you are not allowed to do yoga, made to believe early morning sleep is the best thing in your life, you are tortured, you are abused, your divine rights are violated. If you are constantly inspired to do yoga early morning, Brahma Muhurta time, and everyday puja, sit that 30-40 minutes and melt down by feeling connection. Understand? Nothing can be compared to prayer to bust your stress. I tell you, prayer is the best stress buster. Deep feeling connection and tears rolling in your eyes and melting down. Prayer to Paramashiva. Intense yearning, Vyakulata, talking to Paramashiva, relating to Paramashiva. Nothing can be compared to that to bust your stress. I tell you, everyday puja is an ultimate recharging experience. If you do everyday puja, the kind of the stress-free life you will live, your whole biological clock will be aligned to Kailasa. I tell you, I have seen the people who have the habit of Nitya Puja live long. Not just long, happy. In my whole life, it is Nitya Puja, Puja, that, that gave me all the best things of life. Everyday puja. sensitive to the existence because of the job it is doing, like a feet, because of the continuous walking, it becomes insensitive. Your cheeks, how they are sensitive, they don't become they lose sensitivity to the reality. But for a complete Kundalini awakening, your whole body needs to be alive and experiencing the reality and ability to experience the higher consciousness. That is the reason we have the process of fire walking.
Now let us see Supreme Pontiff Ascended himself doing the fire walking in sacred city of Tiruvannamalai.
paste and taking bath, applying haritaki powder and taking bath, applying turmeric powder and taking bath, applying basma and taking bath, especially for men, basma, for women, neem paste and turmeric paste. All four can be used by both all genders. That is different. If you want specific,
generated by the brain every time we think, and as our mind is never still, we may be compared to perpetual power generators. Fear produces nervous disorders. Anger produces headaches and violence. Confused thoughts produce condition and ill health. Depression causes cancer, tumors, mental diseases, and lowering of the immune system, causing death through own willpower. Our thoughts generate intricate energy patterns which can be detected by sensitive equipment and seen by clairvoyant individuals. These energy patterns are known as thought forms. Surprisingly, thought forms are shaped by the thoughts themselves. Each of us creates hundreds of thought forms every hour and release them into the environment. Although we cannot see them, the thought forms have as real an existence as any other form of energy. Most people can sense others' thought forms, and a continuous energetic exchange happens between people, about which we are usually unaware. This also explains why we sometimes take a sudden liking or dislike to a certain person directly on meeting them. We just catch their vibes. Unclutching is a guide for equanimity and enlightenment. Thoughts are a fish tank. Just as bubbles in a fish tank rise from the bottom, our thoughts also rise in the same manner. When one bubble comes and reaches the surface of the water, the next bubble starts and the third bubble starts. Because the bubbles are rising at high speed, they look like a continuous stream. But our mind is not a continuous stream. There is always a gap between two thoughts. Like the bubbles, we also experience a neutral space between two thoughts. This neutral space between two thoughts is our original state, the pure silence. It is a state of pure consciousness, the state of God. Since the gap or the neutral space between two thoughts is too small, we think all thoughts are connected and form a shaft. But there is always a gap between two thoughts. In the forest of northern India, the hunters trap the birds using a trap. They tie a rope between two trees. The rope is the shaft that we create by connecting two thoughts. In the middle of the rope, they secure a wooden stick. The stick is our mind. The rope is tied at the midpoint of the stick. When a bird comes and sits on the stick, the bird's own weight turns the whole stick upside down. It turns topsy-turvy. The moment it turns upside down and loses its sense of balance, it feels totally shaken and tightens its grip on the stick. It simply holds onto the stick as if its life depends on it. Similarly, we connect thoughts and form a shaft out of it and live in the fear that if we drop our mind, we might be lost. We might lose our identity. Because it is hanging upside down, it thinks, if I unclutch from this stick, I will fall and die. Is similar to the fear that if we start trusting that we are unconnected, unclutched, independent, and illogical thoughts, we might be lost. If the bird lets go and relaxes, it may balance for a moment or two. When it leaves the stick, maybe for a few seconds, it will fall, but then it will adjust itself and start flying. In the same way, we hold on to whatever we think is our identity and security, our education, our mind, our life, our relationships, or our bank balance. Ultimately comes to remove the stick that is our identity. Just like the bird, we don't realize that if we drop our mind, at that moment we can become a Paramahamsa. That very moment we can be liberated. In Mundaka Upanishad, there is a story which explains there is a huge tall tree, and in the tallest branch of the tree, there is a golden bird sitting unclutched from everything in bliss, like Dakshinamurti. In the lower level branch, there is a small bird which jumps from here and there to various branches eating fruits. When it eats a bitter fruit, it feels bad. Whenever she eats the bitter fruit, she sees the bird which is looking above, silently, like Dakshinamurti, and feels why I should not be like that bird. But unfortunately, when the same bird, when it eats tasty fruit, it forgets the bird sitting above it. In the same way, she keeps battling between branches, eating bitter and tasty fruits again and again. One day, as a small bird flies up higher, and as it reaches near the golden bird, it realized that he and she are the same. There is no difference between them both and realizes her original state. The small bird realizes that she also can be in the same state of the golden bird and become a Paramahamsa. This moment, trust yourself. Don't bother about losing your identity. Just trust yourself and let go of your identity. You will immediately become a Paramahamsa and be liberated. All you need to do is to trust that you're unpledged. Dropping the conclusions you can't be transformed is unpledging.
Yes.
अशेषं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वदी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि. Offerings to Devi Parashakti. Offering is a giving of divine gift of pure love, devotion, and oneness, and it consists of two parts: giving and accepting. Only when divine accepts what one offers, the offering becomes complete. Offering is not made out of fear nor out of greed. When an avatar lands, the offerings are purely a part of the grand Leela played out for the only purpose of enlightenment. The Dhyana Sloka, moon-like of the Devi, moon-like face holding Veda, the book, on hand, fire in eyes, with lotus flower gracing and blessing hand, and one hand with the Japamala, beautifully decorated with a jeweled ornament. In one wing crown, her name is Manonmani. The verse is from Moola Agama Manonmani Dhyana. I meditate on Devi with three eyes, glowing like a moon, and hold Veda, lotus, and gracing with the blessing and gracing hand. She is wearing beautiful ornaments. She is worshipped by Brahma and other many gods and showers auspicious boons for all actions every day. Significance of the element gold, divine element gold. Triply born according to the Atharvana Veda, verse 5.28.6, triply born by birth is this gold. From the atoms of Agni is one. It becomes dearest to Agni. One fell away from the Soma when it was heard. One day, once they call the seed of virtuous and powerful Apa, that is waterly, moleculous. Let the triple gold be for your long way. Gold is a divine element. It purifies anything it touches. It is an element of spiritual significance and great spiritual power of healing and enlightening. The vibration of gold has the power to infuse sattva energy and positive thought currents in anyone who wears and anyone who sees or operates in its vicinity. Gold is present in scriptural agamas, Vedas, Shrutis, Smritis, Itihasas, and Puranas. In all Hindu scriptures, it is abundantly displayed that gold is the most auspicious and purest metal which purifies our being. In the Hindu civilization, everything was built in gold, exchanged in gold. Rituals tea were offered in gold bricks. When one was to be saved from life-threatening illnesses, gold was offered as a ritual fee. Gold was in abundance and used for weighing equivalent amounts of commodities, including cows. Kingdoms were built with huge doors of gold. The streets would have huge columns, huge archways made of gold. Horses, cows were dressed in gold. Hindu civilization thrived on the bank of rivers of gold. Indus, Indus River was called Hiranmaya, that means the river of gold in Rig Veda. The river of Saraswati was called Hiranyavartini in Atharvana Veda. supreme element for offering gifts to love and river. Temples are constructed and paved in gold. Deities are made in gold and decked in adorned in gold because it preserves the enlightenment energy for thousands of years. It lasts forever. ಈ ಹುಂಡಿ ಭಕ್ತಿ ಪ್ರಿಯ ಭಕ್ತಿ ಗಮ್ಯ ಭಕ್ತಿ ವಶ್ಯ ಭಯಾಪಹ ಶಾಂಭವಿ ಶಾರದಾರಾಧ್ಯ ಶರ್ವಾಣಿ ಶರ್ಮದಾಯನಿ Devi is fond of true devotion and is realized through true devotion. She can be won over through true devotion. She removes all our fears. The verse from Lalita Sahasranama. Ihundi, if there is any fear of in the minds of a devotee, Devi is sure to remove that fear. It is stated that Devi likes to be worshipped in autumn. Here, it is meant that autumn of our lives, when thoughts turn more and more inwards, the role of the divine is known and understood clearly. The need for Devi worship becomes stronger. Shambhavi is the consort of Shambhu, the Lord Shiva. Sharada Radhya means worshipped by Sharada Saraswati. Sharvani, the wife of Lord Shiva. Linga Purana says Lord Shiva is called Sharva in his earthly form. Sharmadaini, Devi who bestows happiness on devotees. You can offer you gratitude and devotion to Devi Parashakti by offering your Kanika, and your name shall be chanted out during puja to Devi. The Sankalpa chanting. The goddess enchants this universe and she herself gives birth to this universe. That goddess beyond that goddess being prayed without interest in anything gives that knowledge that leads to salvation and gives well in materialistic sense. Devi Mahatyam, chapter 12, 34. Offering the Sankalpa, the conscious resolution blesses the person offering with all fruition of the desire and wishes he is yearning for. The offering to Devi Parashakti is Sahasra Swarna Kasu. Devi is Nama Parayana Prita. She who likes repetition of her various names. Lalita Sahasranama, verse 731. This is the offering of 1008 names of Devi Parashakti. It's a very special and unique archana offered to the Mahameru of Devi Parashakti. Offer a gold coin inscribed with each of the 1008 names and receive the blessings to have the Ananta Kalyana Guna, that is all the divine qualities of Devi Parashakti. The next offering to Devi Parashakti is Mukta Anguti, the finger ring with pearl. I bow to the goddess Meenakshi, whose crown has garlands of pearls, and the face shining like a full moon, who wears anklets that are studded with the gemstones and has small bells, who is shining like the splendor of lotus, who grants all the wishes, the daughter of the mountain, who is worshipped by goddess Vani and Rama. I remain ever being to the goddess Meenakshi, the ocean of compassion. The Mukta Anguti finger ring with the pearl you can offer at various sizes, $251, $501, and $750 US dollars. The next is offering to Devi Parashakti is Swarna Padma Pushpa, the golden lotus. According to the Kamika Agama verse, all the kalashas should be wound around with suitable thread and covered with new cloth. They should be adorned with a lotus flower made of gold. Swarna Padma Pushpa is therefore the cost is 600 US dollars. There are hundreds of scriptural references for using lotus in the worship of Paramashiva. Almost everything in worship of the ultimate involves the consecration of the deities of worship, or meditating on or the mudras and asanas used during the worship involves the lotus flower, lotus leaf, lotus petals, and the lotus is the divine flower. Shakti of Paramashiva is also called as lotus. Base of Paramashiva linga is lotus. The disciple of Paramashiva is also considered as a lotus about to bloom. So offer the gold lotus in any size you wish to and be blessed to have the state, space, powers and being of Devi in your inner space amidst any and every adverse situation in your life. The next offering to Devi Parashakti is Swarna Metti, the gold touring. Nakadiditi Sanchanna Namajjanatamo Guna Padadaya Prabhajala Parakrita Saroruha. You who brightens from toenails, destroy the darkness of ignorance from the minds of your devotees who prostrate at your feet. You whose brightness from your 2 feet overpowers that of the lotus flower to the US dollars. The Swarnametti, the gold touring, is offered the gold touring to Devi, adorning your sacred feet to be in constant gratitude for receiving her blessings to even the most difficult aspects of your life. The Swarnametti, the gold touring, is 750 US dollars. The next offering to Devi Parashakti is Swarna Mantika, the gold hairline jewelry. Devi is Sudha Sarabhivarshini, one of her names of 1008 Lalita Sahasranama. She who makes nectar flow in all her nerves from Sahasrara, that is she who gives the very pleasant experience of the ultimate. The Mantika represents the nectar flowing from the Sahasrara chakra, which is fully open. She who makes nectar flow in all our nerves from the Sahasrara, she who gives a very pleasant experience of the ultimate, offer the Mong Tika to Devi and receives blessings of achieving the blissful state of overflowing gratitude and space of complete completion. The Swarna Mong Tika gold hairline jewelry is 750 US dollars. The next offering to Devi Parashakti is Pratyaksha Pada Puja. Nakadiditi Sanchanna Namajjanatamo Guna Padadvaya Prabhajala Parakruta Saroruha. The illuminating splendor of Devi's toenails dispel the darkness of ignorance in the devotees prostrating at her feet. Her feet defeat the lotus in beauty. The Soundarya Lahari, which states that the nails have been sharpened by constantly being touched by the crowns of celestial beings who always prostrate before Devi. Tamoguna is darkness. In this stotram, tamas is indicative of ignorance in the minds of devotees, and by constantly prostrating before Devi, their ignorance is removed and they attain knowledge. Offering Pratyaksha Pada Puja blesses the Yajaman with all the auspiciousness and blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Shri Nithyananda Paramashivam. The offering of the Pratyaksha Pada Puja is 1008 US dollars. The next consciousness and blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The Vastra Seva offering is 1008 US dollars. The offerings to Devi Parashakti, the e-hundi is any amount, and Sankalpa chanting, offering of conscious resolutions, is $1, and Devi Sahasranama Kasu, that is pure gold coin, each with one sacred name of Devi from 1008 names. You can choose any size, which is $75, 150 $151 and $251. Then Mukta Anguti, the pearl finger ring, which is of any size you can choose, $251, $501 and $750. Then Swarna Padma Pushpa, the gold lotus flower, which is $600 or $1,200 or $1,800 of any size. The next Swarna Metti, the gold touring for lotus feet of Devi, which is $750, and Swarna Mantika, that is gold hairline jewelry, which is $750, and Pratyaksha Pada Puja, offering ritualistic gratitude to the Supreme Pontiff of US dollars, and Vastra Seva is 1008 US dollars. In the registration form, there are two options: ready to offer today or intention to offer specific sevas. The registration form is interested in offering, need help in manifesting, need more details. You can file your Sankalpa http colon // tiny.cc / Bhava Samadhi. http colon / tiny.cc / Bhava Samadhi. The online payment, ready to offer seva by online payment, http colon / tiny.tv / Devi offering. Devi space hyphen offering. After payment, you can submit the details for puja, names to be chanted in the link projected. Now we are going to move on to the next part of our segment of the Kailasa's COVID Care Protection Centers. Multi-layer quarantine COVID care protection centers at the Kailasa's de facto spiritual embassies with the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. What we learn from this segment today: the concerning statistics on the mental health and the global peace across the world due to the COVID-19 pandemic, and what are the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and Kailasa's contributions for global peace, and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's spiritual solutions for COVID-19, Kailasa's COVID Care Protection Centers, some glimpses, and why temple-based ecosystem, UN recognizes Kailasa's contributions. The crisis that we are under. Today, people around the world are trying to grapple with the grim reality that the pandemic is far from over. The aftermath of the current calamity promises to be much more devastating. The greatest economics of the world are facing disastrous futures. Countries are facing off each other in deep mistrust. Now let us see some of the statistics and current news. continues to battle the third wave of COVID 19 infection. There were more than 2,400 new locally acquired infections reported nationwide, and the figures are passing the 2,000 in a single day for just a second time. The World Health Organization makes a big statement of the Delta variant of coronavirus has elbowed out all the three other COVID 19 variants of concern that now being a tiny fraction of the samples which are being sequenced. The COVID 19 has killed more Americans now than the 1918 to 19 influenza pandemic did. The 1918 to 19 flu infected about 25% of the Americans and killed 0.65% with 675,000 deaths. COVID 19 has infected more than 12% of Americans and killed about 0.2% with 676,000 deaths. Now that the US death toll from COVID 19 has surpassed 676,000, the coronavirus pandemic has killed more Americans than the 1918 to 19 influenza pandemic did. Axios and the Associated Press both reported the grim milestone recently. So the COVID 19 now officially US deadliest pandemic as the death toll crosses that of the 1918 to 19 flu. People infected with alpha variant exhale 100 times more virus into the air than original COVID strain. 6 feet distance may not be enough to prevent viral transmission indoors. COVID 19 Delta variant still most concerning, says the World Health Organization experts. In US, the pandemic is nowhere under control, says the Chief Medical Advisor, Mr. Anthony Fauci. He said, right now we are still in pandemic mode because we have 1,60,000 new infections a day. That is not even in modestly good control. In an interview with Axios, the US has reported 40 million cases of COVID 19 since the outbreak of the virus, with over 4 million infections adding up in the past few weeks. The increase in COVID cases comes as the US administration earlier this month announced that it is planning to provide a booster shot of the vaccine as the Delta variant has become dominant in the nation and is wreaking havoc. Research in Delta variant is driven by the new low vaccination coverage in many communities across US, according to the US Center for Disease Control and Prevention. Mr. Fauci says, in a country of our size, you can't be hanging around and having 100,000 infections a day. You've got to get well below 10,000 before you start feeling comfortable. COVID 19 made the world less peaceful, according to the World Economic Forum. COVID 19 violent incidences and fatalities. With the increased incidences of violence and fatalities, COVID 19 made the world less peaceful. The younger adults are more likely to report symptoms of anxiety and a depressive disorder during the COVID 19 pandemic. The average share of adults reporting symptoms of anxiety disorder and a depressive disorder, what it was in before the pandemic, in a 6 month period in year 2019 was 11%, and during the pandemic, in just 1 month of this beginning of this year, it increased to 41.1%. There's some more statistics confirming the same, that the share of adults reporting the symptoms of anxiety and a depressive disorder during the pandemic. Stress in America, national mental health crisis. COVID-19 is a significant stressor for most Americans. Nearly 8 in 10, which is 78%, say the coronavirus pandemic is a significant source of stress in their life. Nearly 7 in 10, which is 67%, say they have experienced increased stress over the course of the pandemic. Of the health workers who treated patients during the China's COVID-19 outbreak, 50% showed signs of depression and 45% showed signs of anxiety. Self-reported mental health among pregnant women and new mothers. Before the COVID-19 pandemic, depression was 15%, and now during the pandemic, it rose up to 40.7%. And now before the pandemic, the anxiety was 29%, and now it rose up to 72%. Living under stay-at-home orders, 8 in 10 students are struggling with focus on school or work and avoiding distractions. And 55% of all students do not know where to go for help for their mental health. Understanding the pandemic's impact on working women, nearly 82% of the women surveyed said their lives have been negatively disrupted by the pandemic, and nearly 70% of the women who experience these disruptions are concerned their career growth may be limited as a result. Global economic outlook during the COVID-19 pandemic, it changed the world. The pandemic is expected to plunge most countries into recession, and with per capita income contracting the largest fraction of the countries globally since 1870. International Labour Organization, COVID-19 is a threat to peace building in conflict-affected nations. The COVID-19 crisis has worsened already fragile situations. The ILO is more aware than ever of its responsibility to promote peace and resilience in the time of this global pandemic. The Mumbai mayor says the third wave is already here, and the city mayor has said that the third wave of COVID is already upon Mumbai, pointing to a sudden spike in cases. The third wave of COVID is not coming, it's already here. Breakthrough infections found in 25% of the health staff. A little over 25% of healthcare workers were infected with coronavirus despite getting fully vaccinated. A recent study has revealed, giving an insight on the breakthrough infections due to the Delta variant. This study, jointly conducted by the Institute of Genomics and Integrative Biology, the maximum hospitals in Delhi NCR, found that the vaccination breakthroughs were far more common during the Delta outbreak in Delhi than previously reported. New COVID-19 variant Mu shows signs of vaccine resistance. Now we have seen across the world the statistics and the concerning statistics. Not only is affecting the physical health, the fatality is increasing, and it is affecting the mental health, especially the younger generation, and which is leading to the affecting the global peace. So how to cope up with the current COVID-19 pandemic? It is important to address the COVID-19 pandemic, which is seeing another wave, destroying many more lives. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism says the pandemic fatigue setting in as a result of continuous lockdowns, resulting in delusional ignorance. Holding on to the delusions and supporting this phase of delusional decisions leads to delusional arrogance, Drobhava Sankalpa. The continuous lockdown leads to delusional thoughts like, so what? If I die, it's okay. I can't live forever in this lockdown. Going out, then exposing oneself and putting the risk on yourself and others with irresponsibility and insensitivity is the delusional arrogance. The global COVID virus pandemic has left the whole world with desperately looking for answers. Life as it had been in February 2020 is no longer recognizable. The drastic change is the order of the day, with people having to redefine their world with new paradigms of economy, society, faith, religion, and health. Blessed are those who have had the greatest fortune to be with the incarnation of Paramashiva, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, in their lives to carry them through this crisis. Sustainable developmental goals. Making peace with the nature is possible if we start now, and making peace with the nature is possible only if we start now. Even amid pandemic, the 2021 can go down as the year we made peace with nature and set the planet to healing. Our environmental, social, and economic challenges are interlinked. They must be tackled together. For example, we cannot achieve sustainable developmental goals, including ending poverty by 2030, if climate change and ecosystem collapse are undermining food and water supplies in the world's poorest countries. We have no choice but to transform our economics and societies by valuing nature and putting its health at the heart of all our decisions. Now let's watch a small clip. Making peace with nature is possible. It starts now. The World Health Organization Health and Peace Initiative. Health and peace are interrelated. In the words of the Director General of World Health Organization, Dr. Tedros, there cannot be health without peace, and there cannot be peace without health. United States in situ COVID, we need enhanced international coordination. Tackling the pandemic and building resilience in fragile states requires concerted international action at local, national, and global levels. As the humanitarian and economic toll of the COVID-19 pandemic continues to grow, so does the risk that this crisis will fuel new conflicts around the world while stemming prospects for resolving ongoing ones. Stronger health systems and universal health coverage must be a priority. Remarks to the General Assembly special session in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. For the first time since 1945, the entire world is confronted by the common threat, regardless of nationality, ethnicity, or faith. A new social governments and private sector, a new ma, a new social contract between people, governments, and private sector, civil society, and more can tackle the roots of inequality with fair taxation on income, benefits, and opportunities for all. Now let us see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's contribution for global peace. Fully describes that yastu sarvani bhutani atmani ivana pushtati sarva bhuteshu chatmanam tadona viduguchyate. That is, global peace is the byproduct of the individual bliss. Whenever an individual goes through a spiritual bliss, he manifests a beautiful, peaceful life for him and everyone around him. If he is powerful enough, he moves the whole city and manifests peace. He is more powerful, he moves the whole village, the whole country. If he is powerful enough, like incarnation, he moves the whole world and manifests peace for them. So, global peace is the byproduct of the individual peace. Then, how do we attain this individual bliss? By practicing unclutching, by practicing completion. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has given various techniques to achieve the global peace. Now, let's watch from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism explaining to us
சீர்காழி enriching temple விடுதி ஓமன் தைலம்
secret to achieve global peace?
Social answer means I'll tell, oh, you should all work for global peace. You should all work for turning the world. You should work for evolution. You should work for all these, that things. You should vote only the party which says that it will stop the war and all these things. This is the social answer. Nonsense. If you want the honest answer, I tell you, simply transform yourself. You can't do anything. If at all you can do, you would have done it.
of Shanti is where Kailasa grows. Listen carefully. It is in the deep powerfulness of peace, or peace centered powerfulness is the ground, breeding ground for Paramashivatva to manifest. Please understand. Like how pure mirror reflects everything, pure Shanti based Shakti, peace based powerfulness reflects Paramashiva. Paramashiva manifests in peace based powerfulness. Please understand. Neither violence nor powerlessness. Powerlessness is weakness. Violence is abusive. Peace centered powerfulness. Powerfulness centered peace. All the Upanishads starts with peace, completes with peace. Shanti mantra starts with Shanti mantra, gets completed with Shanti mantra. Peace based powerfulness is a fundamental requirement for Paramashivatva to manifest. That is why people who don't want us our power manifestation do not want to allow the peace in our life, or do not want peace in our campus. Understand? But only if you are peaceful, which cannot be shaken even by the demons and devils and rakshasas, we can be in eternal peace. So, remember this very clearly. Peace alters the very DNA structure, genetic structure, the core Anu Mahat structure. Understand? Anoraniyan Magato Mahiyan. The consciousness in you is atom inside the atom, Mahat, more than Mahat. That Anoraniyan Magato Mahiyan. That consciousness starts growing in you with more and more peace-based powerfulness developing in you. Nothing can be compared to unclutching. Spend more and more time, energy in unclutching. It will never be wasted. Time spent on unclutching is the most productive time for you in your life, because unclutching completely makes you altogether a different material. Understand? It makes your very biomemory, muscle memory, core structure, molecular structure, genetic structure, DNA structure, everything, all the 8 energy flow circuits, 7 energy flows, 1 the pure conscious explosion. So totally 8 energy flow circuits exist in you. All the 8 explodes of Sri Kailas. Listen carefully. Listen. Every chanting, every prayer in Hinduism ends with Shanti, Shanti, Shanti 3 times. Means peace, peace, peace. Hinduism is the real religion. Loving peace, living peace. Individual level, social level, global level. Understand? Hinduism lasts all its 56 nations, 200 states, 10,000 kingdoms, samsthanas, is not a loss to Hinduism, it is a loss to planet Earth, human beings. Wherever Hinduism is practiced, kept alive, the ideal of global peace is kept alive. Just do this one simple statistics. You yourself study. Google and study. Take the top 10 religions and list how many people they converted in last 200 years, how many people they killed. List for each religion. I can be 200% sure. You yourself will realize Hinduism is the most peace-loving and peace-living, neither conversion nor terrorism. Neither conversion nor terrorism. Being the supreme pontiff of the most peace-loving, peace-living religion, I give you all my blessings on this International Peace Day. Understand? It is we Hindus need to keep the global peace as a living possibility, and we need to make this global peace as reality. Just talking about global peace will not work. Working for global peace only is the responsibility of the real living Hindu. Anyone who wants to claim themselves as a Hindu or practicing Hindu should work for global peace.
Kailasa's mission of global peace and superconsciousness breakthrough. The sovereign order of Kailasa, led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and Nithyananda order of monks, nuns, and Hindu diaspora, are working for global peace and to give a superconsciousness breakthrough to humanity. It is the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's mission to revive a conscious world where the global issues at the climate, economic, social, health, and humanitarian levels cease to exist from their very root, turning the problems of poverty, hunger, violence, discrimination into powerful living through the experience of oneness. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been working from the very grassroots level to usher in an era of peace at all levels. Individuals, individuals, societal, national, and global. insights into the workings of human mind, body, emotions have enabled him to powerfully and directly address various social and emotional problems facing humanity today. Some of the ways that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism provides spiritual solutions to combat the pandemic and other issues. Since the beginning of the global lockdown, the amount of contribution and activism of Kailasa has increased multifold. The Paramashivoham program, bringing super consciousness breakthrough to the whole humanity by starting the Akhanda Nirvikalpa Samadhi Jnana Yajna and contributing almost millions of minutes so far. Paramashiva Sankalpa chanting, the sacred Sanskrit mantra chanting 24 by 7 via Zoom session. Spiritual healing to one and all 24 by 7. Helping humanity to cope up with the insecurity, fear, disease by empowering individuals to heal themselves and learn to cope up emotions like depression and tough situations in relationships. Providing alternative solutions to worldly problems through power manifestation. Initiating thousands every day into manifesting innate superhuman capabilities into Kailash Courtyard sessions. Providing the healthy solutions like a technique to clear the stomach from Ayurvedic solutions, which ultimately brings clarity out to the spiritual truth and give a conscious breakthrough. In the long term, establishing self-sufficient community. Continuing and intensifying the service of Annadan, free food in Nithyananda Annalayas around the world, including Tirunamalai, Los Angeles, and various other adhinams. Paving way with the New World Order, starting the agriculture-based communities in Adi Kailas and several other locations. Peacekeepers of Kailasa offering various life solutions from the teachings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Hinduism prescribes various methods for global healing. One such is Maheshwara Puja, nullifying collective negativity simply through the presence of the avatar and his order of monks, offering Maheshwara Puja to the natural calamities hit victims, and Bhava Samadhi Darshan to raise the individual consciousness breakthrough. Devi Parashakti Akashic reading, the cosmic revelations. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism spiritual solutions for COVID-19. Society was created with the delusional ideas of too many human beings' blind spots and the decisions made from those blind spots. If the visionary of a civilization or country or nation has blind spots when he develops a vision for it, the whole civilization suffers those blind spots forever. Now it's time that the nature, Prakriti, resets itself, and many of the blind spots based visions, ideas become important components of the society, This pralaya which is happening is melting down everything which is delusion based. The world as we know is gone, and let us celebrate God. This isolation which is seemingly endless, with an unknown future which is compelling humanity to make 100% lifestyle change, is something to be deeply dwelled upon. All problems need to be addressed only with spiritual solutions and powerful cognitions. To stop people having mental breakdown, pandemic fatigue, epidemic fatigue, collapsing, depression, destruction, and also give them the super consciousness breakthrough, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism gives the spiritual solutions and powerful cognitions. Some of the spiritual solutions and powerful cognitions are unclutching, practicing completion, practicing oneness, practicing ajapa japa of Mahavakya, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, consciously building deep feeling connection, yoga, puja, vegetarian diet, and nirahara samyama, and many more. It is time we all take responsibility to save the humanity and to protect people from this pandemic fatigue, destruction, and let us try to enrich people for every one of these great spiritual solutions. And all these teachings are free and open for all. And let us take this a few minutes now and share with as many people as possible, and let us save the world. Let us give them the experience of unclutching, Nirvikalpa Samadhi initiation, and save people from pandemic fatigue, epidemic fatigue, destruction, and delusion. Help people to have a super consciousness breakthrough and sail through this pralaya. People from over 50 countries continuously radiate the space of Paramashiva by practicing the unclutching meditation 24/7 and 7 days a week. It started from 13th May 2020, and at any given point of time, there are 4 to 8 zones continuously unclutching around the world. Join this movement at http://kailasa.tv/minutes for peace. The life solutions based on the meditation and yoga techniques from the scriptures, the cognitions rooted in the highest truth, the lifestyle based on living and radiating higher values of life, and powerful way of living and realizing one's ultimate potential form the foundation of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's teachings, which by their inherent nature provide the foundation for peace on planet Earth. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has launched the Minutes for Peace initiative, which aims to reduce crime globally by continuing conducting mass meditations around the world in parallel. In 2014, just after 2 years of launching the program, it crossed over 1 billion minutes of meditation. Scientific studies have shown a reduced crime rate after participation in the meditation and completion techniques. In 1976, it was found that when 1% of community practiced meditation, pujas, the crime rate was reduced by 16% on an average. The current tally on the Minutes for Peace website is more than 4.3 billion cumulative minutes of meditation logged, including all the events, programs, festivals, where people have gathered in large numbers and participated in meditations and rituals. The total count comes out to be a staggering 409 billion minutes for peace so far. You can see some glimpses where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism participated, conducted about a meditation program called Shuddhatvaitam to about 5,000 devotees for a 48-day program. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has hosted Kumbh Mela in United States since 2007. The Nithyananda Sangha is entrusted as the only organization to host Kumbh Mela outside India by the Akhila Bharatiya Akhada Parishad. The Nithyananda Sangha is entrusted as the only organization to host Kumbh Mela outside India by the Akhila Bharatiya Akhada Parishad. In September 2006, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has organized the first confluence for world peace to honor the memory of those who lost their lives, saving others on September 11, 2001 at Irvine, California. The second Confluence for Peace was held in Los Angeles in 2007 in collaboration with Vedanta Society, BAPS, ISKCON, Siddha Yoga, and other organizations. The Kumbh Mela festival spread fast to other countries including Australia, Canada, etc. In 2009, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has organized a month-long peace walk covering 1,000 kilometers and 1,000 villages to bring together in harmony from all walks of life, to promote feeling connection and oneness among people. During the walk, camps were conducted in villages along the path. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has conducted the large-scale collective meditations on September 21st, International Peace Day, to raise the collective consciousness. One of the great contributions that Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism doing is initiating thousands into sannyas. Sannyas is our social responsibility. Let us save Hinduism and humanity. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revitalized the monastic tradition of sannyas by initiating hundreds of people into Nithyananda monastic order. The all-renouncing monks contribute the best things to human civilization, living their life with the cognition that life is for others. These monks and nuns act as the harbingers of peace and empowerment for the human society distraught with violence, depression, and other forms of life negativity. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revived the ancient practice of embarking on pilgrimages. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism taking the spiritual aspirants to high energy spiritual spots such as the Himalayas, Kailash, Varanasi, Angkor, and various powerful temples of India. Even though prevalent in India, this practice is rapidly losing its original context, turning into a recreational family vacation. Reviving the original spiritual context, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has made it possible for modern day human beings to benefit from the spiritual energy present at these centers and accelerate their journey of spiritual evolution, hence ensuring individual and collective peace as a natural consequence. Food systems hold key to ending the world hunger. The effect of COVID-19 pandemic, the UN has noted a dramatic increase in the world hunger. According to the state of food security and nutrition in the world, 1/10 of global population, as many as 811 million people, were undernourished in 2020, an increase of 118 million from 2019. Under the Red Om No Hunger Project, launched by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism through the Annalaya, the Food Donation Center, the de facto spiritual embassies of Kailasa worldwide, under the guidance of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, has served over 2 billion organic sattvic vegetarian meals so far. Giving free food to all the citizens is the economic policy of Kailasa, deriving the reference from Vedas and Agamas. Recently, under the humanitarian initiative launched by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, is opening of Kailasa's COVID care centers in India, where the monastic campuses have been turned into a multi-layer quarantine facility to safeguard the inmates against any possible point of contact with the outer world. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has opened this service free to all people, regardless of any differences in age, gender, caste, creed, ethnicity, color, or socio-economic status. Food, shelter, internet, and all basic facilities, including medical care, are provided at these COVID care centers free of cost and for an indefinite period of time. The outcome has been a splendid zero infection rate so far among the participants, a feat not achieved anywhere else in the world, let alone in India. This response model of handling the COVID-19 pandemic at a community level, along with the guidelines and recommendations for governments, has been recognized and accepted by the United Nations as well. Now you can see some of the participants of the COVID care program offered by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism are enjoying a healthy, blissful, spiritual lifestyle and multi-layered protection. They enjoy a stress-free time following a spiritual morning routine, doing yoga, daily puja, temple seva, kara seva, and celebrating festivals. Join the Kailasa's COVID Care Protection Centers. Register now through the link below, https://kailasa.org/Kailasa care. Now, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been reviving the temple sciences, the temple-based, all the COVID care centers and Kailasa's de facto spiritual embassies are temple-based. And especially now in the times when the COVID-19 is rampant and the ancient temples are in a lockdown because of the risk of widespread corona disease, the devotees of these temples were visiting and having darshans of their gods and goddesses for thousands of years. Yet all these ancient sacred sentiments have come to a harming halt after the lockdowns have taken place. The religious fervor of the devotees is being lost due to the pandemic. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving the e-Kailasa ecosystem and bringing all the ancient traditions of the online platforms on Kailasa TV, YouTube, and Facebook. Now let us listen from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism explaining the science of the temples.
This particular Meenakshi temple. Please tell us who is Devi Meenakshi and her husband. Why this grand temple? What are the visible and invisible functions of this temple? Please tell us, Swamiji.
Read the next question also.
As we see in our present time, towers of mobile, TV or dish TV antennas everywhere connecting invisibility to satellites, doing an incredible function for individuals and for society. My question is, there is and was everywhere temples and deities in this culture. Anybody coming from outside, is this just sentimental carved stones, worshipping culture or just artistic sculpture? What is the invisible function of temples, deities?
See, both questions, same answer. That is the reason I wanted to answer both the questions together. Modern day dish TVs, antennas, mobile towers, all of them work in the level of certain frequency where the words, pictures, visuals can be transmitted. See, the verbalization and visualization, names and forms can be transmitted from one place to another place through these mobile towers, dish TV antennas. But the temple towers are created to transmit super consciousness from one place to another place. Please understand, in Meenakshi's time there was television, conscious television. It used to be in stone slab, and if you just sit in front of that stone TV, meditate, connect with Meenakshi, she will appear live
and answer whatever you want. So each of the stone slabs only slowly later on became deities. You can see in our temples this happening. The TVs in which I am appearing and speaking are slowly becoming deities. They are receiving worship. Flowers are offered to it. Aarti is done to it. Incense is given to it. Now, all our temples are planning to have a separate throne for this TV. In Los Angeles, already I am on the throne. The TV is in the throne. The TV, in which people are seeing me, have already become deity. Same way, please understand, the stones through which people were able to connect with the superconsciousness have become deities. Same way, all our temples, deities, everything is a connecting mechanism with superconsciousness. The mechanism which connects with the superconsciousness please understand, the deities and temples are not just sentimental carved stones, or they are not just artistic sculptures, they are conscious transmitters. They raise you to the superconsciousness. In each house in Vedic tradition, we have a puja room. All the puja rooms are your private conscious airport, are conscious transmission centers. The main temple is a place from where continuous superconsciousness is radiating. So if you just sit and connect with a deep feeling connection, see, in those days human beings were so beautiful and simple. Just remembering the name of the deity is enough. They are already in connection with the deity. That feeling connection. When I read Patanjali's Yoga Sutra, it says, sit in Siddhasana and be in Samadhi. That's all. So the human beings were so simple in those days. Just if you sit in Siddhasana, you are already in Samadhi. If you sit, your mind sits. Now, if you sit, your mind sits. Mind is completely away from the body. In those days, human beings are so simple and intelligent. All the non-mechanical parts of their brain were awakened. It is Western culture which killed the non-mechanical parts of the brain, the functions of the non-mechanical parts of the brain. Please understand, in the Vedic civilization, always human beings were brought up in such a way that non-mechanical parts of the brain was fully alive and awakened. It is a cultural invasion, destroyed the greatest possibility of the human being when the non-mechanical parts of the brain is not functioning anymore. The temples, deities, all these are looking useless. Otherwise, they are a huge conscious infrastructure. Please understand. So an example, suddenly, if we find some method to travel just 20 feet above the air, or 30 feet above the air, without petrol or diesel, all our automobiles, roads, everything will become useless. Then you will wonder, why so many automobile industries are established? Why so many cars are produced? Why this huge road? Waste. I think our ancestors are fools. You don't understand. At one period, it was used. It was being useful. Our temples, our deities, all these are useful if all your non-mechanical parts of the brain is awakened. Unclutching is the process to awaken your non-mechanical parts of the brain. When your non-mechanical parts of the brain is awakened, you will understand temples, deities, how useful they are, how directly useful they are, how they are part of our life, how they enrich our life, and how they make human beings intelligent, enlightened. These are the methods created to create enlightened civilization. These grand temples are not built as an just monument. They are built as a conscious movement. It is not like Egyptian pyramids, monuments. No. It is conscious movement to raise human beings to the highest consciousness, to make human beings experience the highest purpose. Understand, unclutch, use the temples to achieve the highest consciousness.
So join the Kailasa's COVID care protection centers, mainly temple-based ecosystem. Now that we have seen the science behind the temples and these Kailasa's de facto spiritual embassies, it not only add to your joy, peace, and bliss, protection from the pandemic, and give you a spiritual conscious breakthrough. So join the Kailasa's COVID care protection centers. Register now through the link below at https://kailasa.org/kailasa care. https://kailasa.org/kailasa care. With this, we are going to move on to the next part of our segment after a short break. Thank you, Nithyanandam.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become Kailashians.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that.
Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. Kailasa is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity, withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness. We can support you aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything. If you are interested in enlightenment, we will immediately bring this to you. If you are not interested, we will explain the whole science, inspire you, and make you interested in enlightenment time. We need to cater this enlightenment science to the whole world wherever they are, because enlightenment is the birthright of all human beings. Kailasa is responsible to provide that to all human beings. Kailasa is the totality of the knowledge I received from my gurus and practice manifested in my life, perfected by teaching millions of people from all cultures, time zones, backgrounds, genders, nationality, race, from every creed. So this absolutely perfected knowledge available to you, served to you in your home without even you moving out of your couch, free of cost. Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within the next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being, Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashivoham will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else.
What I mean by the word e-Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is e-Kailasa. I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model communities. Kailasas, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Pitas all over the world. All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. It's a fundamental truth. Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystem. I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you. We will make the whole planet flourish spiritually. the spiritual prosperity will happen to the whole planet. We all have to coexist together.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become Ekailashians.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that.
E-Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. E-Kailasa is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity. Withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness. We can support you aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything. If you are interested in enlightenment, we will immediately bring this to you. If you are not interested, we will explain the whole science, inspire you and make you interested in enlightenment time. We need to cater this enlightenment science to the whole world wherever they are, because enlightenment is the birthright of all human beings. Kailasa is responsible to provide that to all human beings. Kailasa is the totality of the knowledge I received from my gurus and practice manifested in my life, perfected by teaching millions of people from all cultures, time zones, backgrounds, genders, nationality, race, from every creed. So this absolutely perfected knowledge available to you, served to you in your home without even you moving out of your couch, free of cost.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within the next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashivoham will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else.
What I mean by the word e-Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa you is e-Kailasa. I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model community. Kailasas, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Pitas all over the world. All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. It's a fundamental truth. Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystem. I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy
Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you. We will make the whole planet Earth flourish spiritually. The spiritual prosperity will happen to the whole planet Earth. We all have to coexist together.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become Ekailashians.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that.
E-Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. E-Kailasa is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity, withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness. We can support you aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything. If you are interested in enlightenment, we will immediately bring this to you. If you are not interested, we will explain the whole science, inspire you and make you interested in enlightenment time. We need to cater this enlightenment science to the whole world wherever they are, because enlightenment is the birthright of all human beings. Kailasa is responsible to provide that to all human beings. Kailasa is the totality of the knowledge I received from my gurus and practice manifested in my life, perfected by teaching millions of people, cultures time zones, backgrounds, genders, nationality, race, from every creed. So this absolutely perfected knowledge available to you, served to you in your home without even you moving out of your couch, free of cost.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashivoham will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else.
What I mean by the word e-Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you, e-Kailasa. I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model community. Kailasas, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Peethas all over the world. All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected.
All of us are ecosystem. I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you. We will make the whole planet flourish spiritually. The spiritual prosperity will happen to the whole planet. We all have to coexist together.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become e-Kailashians.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that.
E-Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, you will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. E-Kailasa is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity. Withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness, we can support you aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything. If you are interested in enlightenment, we will immediately bring this to you. If you are not interested, we will explain the whole science, inspire you and make you interested in enlightenment science. We need to cater this enlightenment science to the whole world wherever they are, because enlightenment is the birthright of all human beings. Kailasa is responsible to provide that to all human beings. Kailasa is totality of the knowledge I received from my gurus and practice manifested in my life, perfected by teaching millions of people from all cultures, time zones, backgrounds, genders, nationality, race, from every creed. So this absolutely perfected knowledge available to you, served to you in your home without even you moving out of your couch, free of cost.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashivoham will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else.
What I mean by the word E-Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is E-Kailasa. I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution.
Connecting with the divine with your eyes closed is meditation. Connecting with the divine with your eyes open is darshan. Come, let us all now move from meditation to darshan. Slowly, very slowly, please open your eyes.
Nithyananda, Shakti Pradaya Nithyananda, ये कैसे देखे पट्टी बंद कर आंखों पे हर बाधा हटा कर सब दूर दूर जो है कह जाएंगे कि सब देखते रह जाएंगे। त्रिनेत्र जागरण जो इसे कहते हैं कथाओं में जो सुनने को मिलते हैं कहने में जो लगे नहीं इतना आसान चुश्चुल इतना भी नहीं मुश्किल बात बनेगी संपूर्ति जब साथ है तो आओ एक दीक्षा की तो बात है सारी दुनिया में मगर एक ही इंसान उप्स नॉट इंसान ये है भगवान। जय 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 नित्यानंदा जय शिव शंकर नित्यानंदा जय नित्यानंदा जय शिव शंकर नित्यानंदा नित्यानंदोहम शिवोहम नित्यानंदोहम सदाशिवोहम नित्यानंदोहम शिवोहम नित्यानंदोहम सदाशिवोहम जय नित्यानंदा जय शिव शंकर नित्यानंदा जय 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 नित्यानंदा सद्गुरु ओंकार नित्यानंदा जय 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 नित्यानंदा जय शिव शंकर नित्यानंदा ज्ञान प्रदायक नित्यानंदा कलयुग अवतार नित्यानंदा त्रिनेत्र धारक नित्यानंदा शक्ति प्रदायक नित्यानंदा ज्ञान प्रदायक नित्यानंदा कलयुग अवतार नित्यानंदा त्रिनेत्र धारक नित्यानंदा शक्ति प्रदायक नित्यानंदा जय 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 नित्यानंदा जय शिव शंकर नित्यानंदा जय 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 नित्यानंदा जय शिव शंकर नित्यानंदा त्रिनेत्रधर नित्यानंदा शक्ति प्रदायक नित्यानंदा त्रिनेत्रधर नित्यानंदा शक्ति प्रदायक नित्यानंदा जय 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 नित्यानंदा जय शिव शंकर नित्यानंदा जय 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 नित्यानंदा जय शिव शंकर नित्यानंदा नित्यानंदोहम शिवोहम नित्यानंदोहम सदा Incompletion, suffering is all that we talk about. Confusion, delusion, and everybody's stressed out. The only one to save us is him, there's no doubt. He's a Dashiva, Mahadeva. He's an avatar of everything at his feet. So feel free, just let it be. Watch him come while you listen to me. Should I tell you who's here? None other than Nithyananda. Jagat Guru Nithyananda. That's right, Paramahamsa Nithyananda. Om Namo Nithyanandaya, Namo Namo Nithyanandaya, Om Namo Nithyanandaya, Sadashivaya Om Namo Nithyanandaya, Namo Namo Nithyanandaya, Om Namo Nithyanandaya, Sadashivaya Nithyananda Sadashiva Mahadeva say I see you and I'm struck, my heart goes stuck, let's sing it once more. Nithyananda Sadashiva Mahadeva say I see you and I'm struck, my heart goes stuck, He's a Dashiva Mahadeva. He's an avatar of everything at his feet. So feel free, just let it be. Watch him come while you listen to me. None other than Nithyananda. Jagat Guru Nithyananda. That's right, Paramahamsa Nithyananda.
नित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिवसमारम्भाम् नित्यानन्देश्वरि परमशक्तिमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्ताम् वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्। I welcome you all with my love and respect. I welcome all the devotees, disciples, Samajis, Satsangis, Srimahans, Mahans, Tanedar Kotari, visitors, viewers, Sarvanyapita Kartas, Yajamans, manifestors, Sarvabarityahis, everyone sitting with us all over the world, Mantreshwaras, Vidyeshwaras, Ganeshwaras, Lokesh. I welcome all of you with my love and blessings. Paramashiva's message directly from Kailasa. Listen. Reality of the existence manifests as consciousness in you as Paramashiva in Brahmanda, in macrocosm. In the macrocosmic level, the reality of existence is Paramashiva. In the microcosmic level, the reality of existence is consciousness. Listen intensely. The fifth force, consciousness, just by understanding the fifth force, consciousness, the initiation can happen in you. Understand? There are some things, once you learn, there is no question of forgetting or going back to the state of ignorance. For example, swimming. Once you learn swimming and start swimming, even 25 years you did not swim, but by mistake, accidentally you fall into the water, simply your body will start swimming. So there is no question of going back to ignorance. When some of the knowledge gets into your biomemory, same way cycling. Once you learn cycling and did it successfully, even 25 years you did not touch the cycle, doesn't mean you will forget it. Simply when you get the cycle again, you will start cycling. There are many great possibilities and powers. Once it gets into your biomemory, there's no going back to the pre-knowledge period, the ignorance period. Some knowledge makes a permanent awakening, alteration in you. This knowledge about consciousness. The fifth force will make permanent transformation, change in you. There is no going back to the space of ignorance or pre-knowledge zone. Once you receive this knowledge, there is no going back to pre-knowledge time or ignorance period. Listen, I'm going to initiate all of you by giving you this conscious reality. All of you, settle down, preparing yourself for initiation. Keep the Atmalinga next to you. Get your pets, kids, family, team, whoever you want should receive this initiation, conscious reality. If you want, you can light a small lamp. Lighting a lamp during the satsang, offering a betel leaf and betel nut, a coin. These all may look ritualistic, but it will prepare your inner space to receive initiation. You don't need to give $1 or $2 or nothing. Just you can give a penny. The lowest available denomination coin. Because it is not economical value, it's a spiritual value. Understand? It is not at all economical value, it's a spiritual value. A betel leaf, a betel nut, and the lowest available coin, a lamp. All this does a powerful preparation inside you. Now listen. I'll also be doing a question answer, live question answer. So first thing, the first force human beings decoded is the power of gravity, gravitation force. The second one, electromagnetic force. Third, weak nuclear force. Fourth, strong nuclear force. The fifth force is reality. Of course, it's not that just with the fifth it ends. No. With the fifth, it enters into a different space altogether. There are 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th, up to 14 dimension. Different forces exist. 14th force is that absolute Paramashiva, Turiyadita. I'll explain the fifth force for now and initiate all of you about the fifth force. I'll reveal the exact Tamil words got revealed to me by Paramashiva, Arunagiri Yogeshwara directly. still I enjoy Paramashiva as my Guru Arunagiri Yogeshwara. Even though he became one and the same, my Guru Bhakti is so overflowing. It's like a gracie, not crazy, crazy, cranky, all put together and beyond. It's a gracie. So I enjoy my Guru Paramashiva as Arunagiri Yogeshwara. புவியீர்ப்பாம் முதல் மின்காந்த அலைவீச்சாமிரண்டு சிறுவனுவாம் சக்தி மூன்று பேரண்ட பேரணு நான்காயிருக்க இருப்பின் சக்தி ஐந்தாய் இலங்க ஆறொடு ஏழும் எட்டொடு ஒன்பதும் பத்தொடு பதினொன்றும் பனிரெண்டும் பதிமூன்றும் பதினான்கும் பயிற்றுத் துலங்க ஐந்தை முதலில் அறி. இருப்பின் இருப்பு பிண்டாண்டத்திற்குள் உயிரின் உணர்வாயும் உயிர்மையாயும் பிரம்மாண்டத்திற்குள் பரசிவமாயும் மலர்ந்து இருந்து துலங்குகிறது. Listen. Greatest that can happen to human being is this conscious reality becoming the existence, part of your existence. Listen. This conscious reality can be part of your existence if you have a direct feeling connection, Guru Bhakti. It can just like a jumping of the flame, transmission of the lamp. Hey, Paramashiva is real. Over. You just know. Swamiji said it. Paramashiva is real. Paramashiva is real. And based on that, your whole cognitive shift happens. Your existence shifts. From that reality, you cognize, exist, act, manifest, gravitate, do everything. If you are not fortunate enough to have that kind of a Guru Bhakti, then at least listen to the Sankhya I am giving. Understanding from known to unknown. Then when the unknown becomes known, from that known to the next unknown. And when that unknown becomes known, from that known to the next unknown, this Sankhya which I am showing, at least move along with it. So you can start internalizing. On Vijayadashmi day, I revealed when my 41st Chaturmasya was completed, I revealed this. The gravitation force happens in the Brahmanda, happens as greed in Pindanda. What is greed? Nothing but trying to expand, multiply, gravitate, pull and add what you pulled as part of you. Are you becoming part of that? Please listen. I'll give you like principles. Just pull out what modern science talks about gravitation, theory of gravity, everything, the latest, and what Vedas describe as gravitation and what Vedas reveal about greed. See, what Vedas talk about gravitation and greed. What modern science speaks about gravitation. Take all these three and study. Never go to what modern psychology says about greed. Oh God, that's a worst. Forget about that. At least the science can be accepted little bit as science, but never ever psychology. What Vedas and Agamas describe about gravitation, what Vedas and Agamas describe about greed, and what modern day science describes about gravitation, theory of gravity, everything. These three, if you study, I think you should do little homework and Google, study, because only when you study, you will develop this Sankhya on your own. You will start having clicks on your own. I can give you a lot of references. I'll give you the references I have from Rig Veda, first canto and 103rd chapter, 2nd verse. Indra, Lord of light and power, like the sun with his actions, waves of gravitation, holds the earth and manifests its vast expanse, striking the electric thunderbolt of his energy. He constantly creates the waters of space. He breaks the cloud formed in the Rohini constellation, striking over its shoulders and releases the showers of rain on the earth. That glory of yours, Lord, which is supreme and eternal, which is essential, subtle and mysterious, and this which is actual and existential, the poets of vision and imagination realize by its manifestations of this glory of Indra. This which is on earth is one and distinct, and the other which is in heaven is distinct and another. The two mingle in form and mature as one, just as two parties meet in the assembly, each with its identity, and become one community. I have collected some 20-30 references. I'll share the whole thing in the Facebook social media. You study it. I'll give you the fundamental principle connecting the whole thing. Understand? gravitation in macrocosm, greed in microcosm. Actually, in the initial level, you need to understand our existence is like holographic. Macrocosm's holographic structure is microcosm. Once you evolve this Sankhya, this conscious evolution, and reach the fifth force, you will understand macrocosm is microcosm and microcosm is macrocosm. Consciousness is Paramashiva, Paramashiva is consciousness. Either you need a strong Guru Bhakti, simple obedience to Guru's words, so you click with the truth and it becomes experience in you, or you develop this Sankhya, clarity of the conscious evolution. Rishi Piplada explains in the Prashnopanishad, the mother divinity in the earth helps the apana by supporting it. As per the Ayurveda, apana is the force equivalent to gravity, present in the middle of the body. In all living beings, it aids bodily functions of ingestion, taking in of food, digestion, the process of moving and breaking down food into absorbable nutrients, excretion, discarding the body waste such as defecation, micturition, urination, parturition, giving birth, all these actions. Listen. Listen intensely. I'll put all the references I'm referring now in the satsang. You don't need to worry, oh, Swamiji is giving too many references. I'm not able to recollect, remember. No, I'll put all this in the social media. In the Facebook, I'll upload everything. Relaxed way, you sit and study. Now you receive only the basic principle which I am teaching you. With this basic principle, if you study all these references, your whole head will lit up. Especially if you are living a vegetarian lifestyle, your whole body will lit up. Understand? Vegetarian food, veganism as a reason. Suddenly I started using the word veganism. Because in the West, even the milk is not vegetarian. Desi cow's milk, which is worshipped as Gomata, is vegetarian. The cow should be worshipped as a living being, equivalent to mother. Only that cow's milk is vegetarian. Not any other cows. I am making it very clear. Cow, which is worshipped as Gomata, equivalent to mother. Only that cow's milk is vegetarian. It is considered as vegan. The definition of veganism as per Kailasa. Definition of
veganism. As per Kailasa, cow milk from a cow which is worshipped, revered, equivalent to mother, and the products made of that milk is part of veganism, vegan diet, not any other cows or any other dairy products. I'm making it very clear. Some people are telling, oh, in the West, the cows are treated badly. Go to India. India has gone to the same level of West. India also, only the traditional mutts, monastery, goshalas, cows are treated with respect and love and worship. So I'm very clearly telling you, all my disciples, if you want to drink milk, any dairy product, have cows in your home. Worship them, respect them, get milk from them. Having a cow in your house will bring Lakshmi, wealth to you. I tell you, the worst thing, the criminal, negligent Hindus. I want to popularize this word, criminal, negligent Hindus. If you are seeing, hearing the news about Bangladeshi Hindus are destroyed, and you just keep quiet, eat your shit, and live your third-rate life, you are a criminal, negligent Hindu, and your son, your next generation, is not only not going to be Hindu, you don't have a right to have someone who is going to carry your name. That's why you are going to lose it. Criminal, negligent society has no right to exist. You have no right to have future. One of the worst thing these criminally negligent Hindus tell is they always think the Hindu is somebody else. To justify their criminal negligence, they think, oh, Sanatana Hindu Dharma, it can never be destroyed. Bloody. Dash, 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 dash. Put beep sound and fill all the dirty words in this gap. See how much Hinduism was a living experience during your great-grandfather and grandfather, and now for you and your kids. Then tell whether Hinduism can be destroyed or not. It is already. It is there, almost ready for museum. I'm not going to let it die. That's different. I am going to revive. But be very clear. The criminal, negligent Hindus. Actually, I want the whole Kailasa should start using this word. We are treating Hindus with a very cute words like, oh, consumeristic Hindus. Hindus are caught in consumerism. That is the real problem. Many anti-Hindu forces are very active. Oh, Hindus are not united. don't use all these decent words towards Hindus. Use straight word. Criminally negligent Hindus. Always bothered about one degree, one house, one spouse, 2 kids, 2 cars, bank balance. Over. When you lose your next generation to atheism and other religions or consumerism or just any other lifestyle and ideology, coming and crying, oh Swamiji, I lost my next generation. They are not following me anymore, following Hinduism anymore. Not only they are not going to follow Hinduism anymore, they are not going to remember your name. And you fellows after death go and suffer in the Pitruloka without any Pitru or Pinda. Be very clear. Unless your next 7 generation gives you the Pinda, you are going to rot and die in Pitruloka. These are all not false lies. You will rot and die in Pitruloka if you don't take the responsibility for your next 7 generation to follow Hindu tradition and give you the Shraddha properly. If you have given Shraddha, you will see the mantra not only for your forefather, their forefather, it is for 7 generation. Be very clear. If you want a peaceful existence after death, make sure your 7 generation follows Hinduism and gives you Shraddha properly. Otherwise, get lost, rot in the Pitruloka. These are all not false. Other religions talk only about one birth and they have their own solutions and all that. Hinduism is very clear. If you are a born Hindu, the greater science of life, the truth of the cosmos is this. Stop being criminally negligent. Learn to keep your next 7 generation Hindus and living, practicing Hindus. The Pindadarpana to you. Only then you are going to be in peace in the Pitruloka. I am making it very clear. Anyone comes to Kailasa, I will ask them to have a regular check in the Mahakailasa whether your next generations are following, practicing Hinduism and giving you the Shraddha and Pinda. Only if your next generations are giving you Shraddha and Pinda, you will have a social respect in Kailasa. I am talking about Mahakailasa itself. Otherwise, in Mahakailasa, people will laugh at you. Your grandson did not send you the Pinda now this year. Over. Next 7 generation should give you Shraddha. So next 7 generation should follow Hinduism. Take collective integrity responsibility for that. Criminal, negligent, dash. Put the beep sound and fill all the filthy words in that gap. The criminal, negligent Hindus started believing, having a cow in the house, doing everyday puja, these are all waste of time, takes away too much energy. Why don't you stop cooking? Just eat your shit itself. So cooking time will be saved. Very easy. You just shit and eat the same. That becomes more practical, time-saving lifestyle, na? I tell you, I am born and brought up in a house where my grandparents used to have a cow in the home just to milk every day and use for puja, offer to Paramashiva and Shiva puja and take it to temple. The amount of auspiciousness the house used to have. Wow. Every day morning that go puja, all that. Don't try to come and tell me, oh, in US we cannot keep cows. Then get lost and go to a country where you can keep cows. Life is not all about the 70 years in the planet Earth. Life is large. Life is large. A house where the cows live, puja happens every day. The whole house will be productive 10 times more because every day you need to pull yourself, drag yourself out of bed and you need to be active. You cannot just sit in your cell phone whole day. Now the next is coming, multiverse. To literally kill you into your screen. The relationship between you and the reality will be reduced 90% more the moment multiverse is launched. The companies which launches multiverse and runs, they will become trillionaires. You will become so poor with the life. Your relationship with reality will disappear. I tell you, every day, even if you spend 10-15 minutes with cows, either milking or just hugging, doing puja, cleaning, it brings so much healing in you, so much compassion in you, so much completion in your way of relating with life. All husbands who have problem with the wife's violence, if you feel my wife is violent and she is not listening to me, same way all wives, if you feel your husband is very aggressive, abusive type and he is not settling, just get a cow to a house, start caring. You will see how much both of you will be healed inside. I tell you, these are all not lies or some cheating techniques. One cow in the home will bring so much completion between the family, so much attitude, right life positive attitude towards existence. A house in which the Go Puja happens, Shiva Puja happens. When I reveal this truth's reality, simply it will become reality for you, initiation for you. If you just have a cow, do Shiva Puja every day, teach all these to your kids. Literally, it is equivalent to having Goshala, Devalaya, and Gurukul in your home.
Your house has become a Kailasa ecosystem. Naturally, you will have few books, my books, so that will become Jnanalaya. A simple Tiruvannamalai village Hindu lifestyle is what I made it into big and made it as a Kailasa ecosystem and took it to whole world. That's all. Life is not just 70 years. So listen to what I am trying to explain. And I tell you, I am very practical person. You see, I am a workaholic person. I will neither waste my time nor teach you to waste your time. I can give you statistics for now. How many hours you are productive? Spending for wealth creation, spending on having sweet family, spending on entertainment. How many hours per day you are totally alive? Just bring the life of cow puja, means bring one cow to your home and start maintaining it. Bring go puja and Shiva puja. You may think, oh, this Ko Puja and Shiva Puja will take at least 1 more hour of my time. No. Now, if you are active every day, 5 to 8 hours, if you bring Ko Puja and Shiva Puja, 1 hour extra work, I promise you will be alive and active 18 to 20 hours a day. I am telling you. I am not an impractical person. Just see. See my life. டீனேஜில் வீடு வீடா பிச்சை எடுத்து ஹிந்து மதத்துக்காக ஒரு வீடு கட்டிட்டேன். 20s தெருவா பிச்சை எடுத்து ஹிந்து மதத்துக்காக ஒரு தெருவே கட்டிட்டேன். 30s ஊரா பிச்சை எடுத்து ஹிந்து மதத்துக்காக ஒரு ஊரையே கட்டிட்டேன். 40s நாடா பிச்சை எடுத்து ஹிந்து மதத்துக்காக ஒரு நாடே கட்டிட்டேன். நான் பிராக்டிக்கலான ஆளப்பா. I'm the most practical person. And I work not just 20 hours a day, almost 24 hours. I constantly make myself available for the Sangha, Kailasa, and make the whole Kailasa also work. So listen with a little sincerity. You are active, intelligent, working. Hour per day will increase 150 to 200% if you bring Ko Puja and Shiva Puja in your life, and I am responsible for what I am uttering. I am responsible for what I am uttering. Because this all makes you more active, alive. Keeps you connected to reality. Not that stupid screen 24/7 drill, daga, non-defying. that cell phone and your stupid screen. All criminally negligent Hindus wake up, I will never teach something to waste your time. I keep myself productive and keep all of you extremely productive. Hugging a cow removes, hugging a cow and doing kopuja. If you spend 10-15 minutes a day, it takes away almost 4-5 hours of boiling violence in you and keeps you cool, sweet for 4-5 hours, makes your 4-5 hours very productive and able to relate with people. Especially this pandemic, how you all got broken, mentally broken. That is why during this pandemic, Pralaya time, any of my Kailasavasis, Adinavasis, anything they told me, I don't believe. I just put the whole blame on Pralaya and tell them, okay, it's okay, kids are going through Pralaya, let's leave it. Let's not give meaning to the words they are uttering, because even they don't know what they are uttering. The impact of Pralaya on you will drastically reduce if you just keep a Ko-puja, Shiva-puja. Kim Williams is asking, we are not allowed cow in home. What else can we use? No, just leave that country and go to a country where the cows are allowed. Kim Williams is asking a question. We are not allowed cow in home. What else can we use? Just go to a country where you are allowed to have cows in your home. Drop that country, that's all. Why people change countries for the job, for even sometimes food and alcohol, wine? Why don't you change the country for life? That's all. Alicia Maurice is asking, Swamiji, can we do cow puja to cow photo? Then just get enlightenment also as a photograph. Don't ask for enlightenment. Don't drink cow milk. Have the photograph of milk and lick that and get satisfied. And have the photograph called enlightenment. Write in a paper enlightenment and lick that paper, eat that paper, and satisfied that you are enlightened. Don't ask for enlightenment. Don't ask for cow milk. All our temples in USA also should work with the local governments and get the legal proper approval, permission, and start having desi cows and start doing Ko-puja every day. To set a trend. these criminally negligent Hindus all the time trying to use my name for their criminal negligence. No, don't. I'm talking God who talks back nicely. So you can't use me to justify your criminal negligence. If you are seeing, hearing the news about Bangladeshi Hindus getting killed, destroyed, raped, butchered, and keeping quiet, you don't have a right to expect your daughters not to get raped by the anti-Hindus, the same guys who are raping the Bangladeshi Hindu women. Their kids are going to rape your daughters and your sisters, your next generation. Don't think you are safe. "100 years before, when Afghanistan Hindu women were getting raped, the Indian Hindus kept quiet. Pakistani Hindus kept quiet. Then 60 years before, Pakistani Hindus were getting raped. Indian Hindus kept quiet. Then this generation, Bangladeshi Hindus are getting raped. Indian Hindus are keeping quiet. Next generation, there will be nobody called Indian Hindus. That is where you are heading. And you are still believing your criminal negligence can be justified. The same people who are raping the Bangladeshi Hindu girls, actually the Bangladeshi Hindu girls are now getting raped. Those kids who are born out of that rape, they will come and rape your daughters and granddaughters in India. That's what is going to happen. That's where you guys are heading. Criminal, negligent Hindus. I want this word to be, this should be hashtag trending in all social media. Criminal, negligent Hindus. Your negligence is not casual, it is criminal negligence. Last, your lifestyle. You know, funny thing, my grandfather had cow in the home and did Ko-puja, Shiva-puja. Not only the Ko-puja, Shiva-puja both stopped after my grandfather passed away. Now, next generation, I can't even tell them. I can't tell even in the family in which I was born and brought up. To them, even to them, I cannot advise. No, you guys are doing something wrong. We should bring the Ko-puja, Shiva-puja back in our life. We should continue. All this should not discontinue. They say, Swamiji, we will hand over the deity to ashram. You please take it and you do it, Swamiji. We will pay the money for cows to you. And you please buy a cow in our name and keep the cow in the ashram, and you maintain the Goshala and do Ko-puja. And no, they are all very sweet people. Swamiji,
how much money we need to give for one Godana, and you buy the cow and keep in the ashram and maintain Swamiji and bless us with that punya. உள்ள பெக்கிறத தவிர மீதி எல்லாத்தையும் பிரான்ச்சைஸ் பண்ணி விட்டானுங்கடா. ஆதாயம் இப்ப புதுசா ஒரு டெக்னாலஜியை கண்டுபிடிச்சு வாடகை தாயின்ட்டானுங்க. படுபாவீங்களா? லைஃபை பிரான்ச்சைஸ் பண்ணி விட்டு போய் படுத்துக்கிறதான சுடுகாட்டுல சுகமா இருக்கும்ல. Listen. All Hindus, listen. Your negligence is crossing all limits and becoming criminal negligence. That's all I can say. Let me come back to the satsang subject I was talking. Electromagnetic force in the Brahmanda is the fear in Pindanda. I have spoken elaborately about fear from 2002. Listen, in 2002, my earliest satsang recordings available. I have spoken elaborately about this fifth force. From 2002, 3, you can hear my satsangs on this fifth force, consciousness. That time itself I have spoken elaborately about fear and how it is connected to electromagnetic force. The electromagnetic force happening in the macrocosm, same when it happens in microcosm, it is fear. Fear happening in macrocosm is electromagnetic force, and electromagnetic force happening in the microcosm is fear. So study a bit all the laws of the electromagnetic force. And I've elaborately defined the principle of fear from 2003, and it's all available in the YouTube. Spend little time in organizing. I tell you, if you study on your own, based on this principle, understanding electromagnetic force, you can just Google. It's not that it's all not available. Understand electromagnetic force and understand fear and try to see how it connects. When you get the clicks, it becomes part of your very bio-memory. It is like you build a muscle memory with that great truth. Vinesh actually works out all the time when he is listening to satsang. I'm very happy about it, because all these ideas will get into the muscle memory. You can actually do gymming and workout, listening to the satsang, even yoga, or have your kids on your lap, making them sleep or making them comfortable, because all this will make these great truths get into your
muscle memory. Even drinking coffee or hot chocolate is advisable during the satsang, because I have always seen multiple times Arunagiri Yogeshwara will keep a pot full of water. While he was giving the satsang itself, while he is teaching the truths, he will be touching that water and asking me to drink, sip. Because this satsang time, literally, your consciousness get impregnated by Paramashiva's manifestation, energy into your being. Some of the stupid, criminally negligent Hindus come and tell me, oh, Swamiji, these ISKCON people have Goshala, maintain cows, but all that takes too much time, waste of time. It is not productive. We can just buy the cow milk from the shop and from the mall and do Abhishekam. Why should we have cows? I think by now you guys know my answer. Why? If you want an answer, why ISKCON temple inspires thousands of people to live Hinduism, and why the so-called modern day doctor-run temples in US? What is doctors-run temples in US? No, all these Telugu doctors. No, I'm not blaming them. They are good people and they make a lot of money, and they can't forget Venkateshwara. They can't go regularly to Venkateshwara, so they put a temple here and give money. All this great, but they control the rituals as per their text message. They will have when they get a call, that's all. The whole Abhishekam is cut short. Time changed. Priority is given to everything other than God. It's not actually when Venkateshwara should have Abhishekam. Ramanuja has decided already. You can't decide based on the medical emergency calls you get. If you are not able to attend, okay, go and attend your hospital, nothing wrong. But don't try to interfere with the rituals. Why these Hindu doctor-run temples are not able to inspire even their next generation to follow Hinduism? And why the ISKCON temple is able to inspire millions, not just born Hindus, even the people who are born outside Hinduism, why they are all inspired to live Hinduism? Because they are not neo-Hindus. ISKCON is not neo-Hindus. They are traditional Hindus. They are reviving the traditional Hinduism. I wanted to make very clear statement. All my temples, Kailasas, all over the world should follow ISKCON's tradition of reviving the Hinduism as it is, not this neo-Hinduism. And all the shit this NRI run Hindu temples, they talk, oh, it's all just to justify their criminal negligence. With bhakti, with deep devotion, whatever you offer to Mahadeva, he will accept. Whatever you offer it to Paramashiva, he will accept. See, Kannappan offered even the pig meat. Why? Oh God. Kannappan offered his eyes also. You also give your eyes, then give pig meat. Don't try to use Kannappar for your violation of the Agamas. For these guys to violate Agamas and to justify their criminal negligence, these neo-Hindus will go to any extent. Mix and match, use Vedanta, part and parcel here and there to abuse Hindu gods. I want all my temples, Kailasas, all over the world. I want all my temples, Kailasas, all over the world. Listen to this. You will follow the footsteps of ISKCON and revive authentic Hinduism as it is from Vedas and Agamas. You will not follow the shit of this neo-Hindu, modern run, hodgepodge, criminally negligent organizations. I'm making it very clear. See, I don't have a problem in NRIs running, they run the Indian centers and all that. They enjoy. Even next to our San Jose temple, there is an Indian center. Great. That's like a social organization. Gather, enjoy, know each other, help each other in business. It's a wonderful thing. I liked that very concept. When you help each other in business and you get to know the families, making new friends. It's so beautiful. That Indian centers, great. But temples are temples. The temple science is different. Don't try to make the temples as community centers. Temples are the place where Paramashiva directly lands from Kailasa and lives as Archavatara. Lives as Archavatara. Listen. Listen. Temples are place where God lives. Hindu temples are not Hindu religious organizations. It is the place where God lives. That's why when sometimes people say, oh, I'll be directly connected to Swamiji, but I don't want to go to temple and volunteer. I tell them, no. I live in temple. You serving the deities is directly serving me. Bhakti should be deity based, not mental based. Mental fellows. Bhakti should be deity based. Don't use Vedanta to justify your criminal negligence. Don't use stupid ideas and principles to justify your criminal negligence. Spend little time. Understand the principles of how electromagnetic waves function, how your fears function. You will have so many clicks, revelations. same way, understand all the principles related to quantum physics and soft nuclear power. This theory about parallel universe, soft nuclear power, or weak nuclear force, quantum universe, theories about atomic powers, energy, everything human mind has decoded is only to the level of weak nuclear force. Study that and see how a powerful cognition in you does the same in the macrocosmic level. If you study these three, by then you would have developed a beautiful Sankhya, the conscious conclusion method, how a knowledge can be arrived from Shastra Pramana, Apta Pramana, Pratyaksha Pramana, with our own Atma Pramana, and made into Sakshi Pramana. You will start developing that conscious methodology. See, either you should have a deep feeling connection where I can just initiate you and give you this as a gift, or you have to develop this conscious way of coming to conclusion, cognitions, right powerful cognitions on your own. In these two, someone has to happen. One thing has to happen. Each powerful cognition which becomes part of you stays in you forever. It never leaves you. Annamalai Swamigal very beautifully told me once, I think he's from a Brahmin family, he's born and brought up, maybe, I do not know exactly, but the way he talks is that elite, highly spiritually evolved, and that family background, I feel it must be the Brahmin background because the language and everything. Once I asked him, Swamiji, will this enlightenment experience leave? He just patted on my back and said, தொட்டு காட்டினது சுட்டு போட்டாலும் போவாதடா, போடா போடா. I'll translate in English. He says, once that touched you and shown as a revelation, Even if you are burnt, it will not leave you. தொட்டு காட்டினது சுட்டு போட்டாலும் போகாது, போடா போடா. Now, whatever principles I am revealing, take this and do little homework. Enough we wasted our time in criminal negligence. The way Hindus lost Hinduism last 100 years is unprecedented. Listen, unprecedented. I sincerely feel it is time to stop the erosion and revive the original Hindu principles as per Vedas and Agamas. So these three principles today, you start internalizing. I have a lot of references about all these three. I'll upload everything in the Facebook. Take it all and start doing Vakyartha Sadas. Then I'll give you more details about how the initiation and strong nuclear force works. Everything you know about strong nuclear force, collect them. And everything I have revealed about initiation, collect it and see how exactly this is the way your experience is. Then you will understand what I mean by the word conscious reality. How the conscious reality in macrocosm manifests as consciousness, and in the microcosm manifests as consciousness, and in the macrocosm as Paramashiva. You have to see my body language also, along with words. When you miss the body language visual and catch only the words, like me, how they missed it, without showing the visual, when you use only that word verbal, me, you will never understand. Because in that video, I'm clearly showing the cosmic me manifesting through this body, me, who stays in this body as me, through that me, and the me each one of you are feeling in you as me, in each one of you is talking to that me. Through visuals, I am showing very clearly the cosmic me is manifesting through me, which is in this body as me, and talking to all of you who are feeling the me in you. The me you are feeling in you, to that me, This me is talking. If you miss the visual and just get the verbal, you will miss the essence. That's why all those trolls, abusers, they take only the verbal. They don't show the visual. Because if they show the visual, then they know, then people will know that what I am talking is the greatest cosmic revelation, the greatest truth from the Vedas, the Shuddhadvaita Satya. When they don't want people to understand this great truth, they just pull only the verbal and words, and that also they distort it and cut and paste and misuse, abuse. Anyhow, forget about them. Let me talk to people who want to use me properly, for whom I am useful properly. Fifth force, reality. It's actually like a awakening, sudden awakening. Yes, hey, the reality is Paramashiva. Anyone awakens to this truth, understands the larger life. Life is not this just 100 years you carry in your body. Life is not longevity. Longevity is not life. Be very clear. I saw the news article that Corona has reduced the average lifespan of the whole humanity by 2 years. Can you imagine? The average lifespan of the whole humanity is reduced by 2 years. It is not just only the people who suffered with Corona. Corona and all the side effects of Corona has reduced the whole life expectancy of the human beings on planet Earth by 2 years. Oh God, can you imagine? I was shocked when I read that. But the report is very authentic by the people who are doing a sincere work, who have data, information, facts, and came to conclusion with in a very scientific method, in a very systematic way. Reality. Reality. Listen. Reality is beyond deep sleep, dream, waking state. It is just real. Just few days before, I saw real. I was walking in the streets of New York. Somebody told me this street, Prabhupada used to do kirtan and he used to walk in the streets and do kirtan. I immediately bent and touched that road and bowed down and put that dust on my head. I saw it is reality. So I know very soon I'll be visiting New York, especially that same street I'll be walking and touching the road in which Prabhupada used to walk and have kirtan. Listen. Reality is not deep sleep, dream state, waking state. It's beyond these three. I can say all these three are included in reality, but all these three does not complete reality. See, you can't say that deep sleep, dream, and waking state, all these three put together as reality, but in reality, these three are included. Understand this elaborately. If you walk through the Sankhya, the conscious cognition process, that's the exact translation I will provide for the word Sankhya. Sankhya is not mind building method, it is conscious cognition building method, conscious cognition conclusions building method. I'm trying to use more words to point the space. Actually, it's like a silver lining of the cloud. The silver lining defines the cloud because the cloud cannot be described or defined. I'm actually putting the silver lining, defining the silver lining, so through which you can understand the what I am trying to demonstrate, what I am trying to highlight. Only the silver lining can be explained, not the cloud itself. Same way, I am explaining the borders. So you will understand what I am trying to explain. I'll actually continue to answer your questions live. I'm seeing questions from Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, WhatsApp, Instagram, everywhere. The live questions. Ma Nitya Priya Premananda is asking, I sometimes have dreams about you. How to know if this is a dream or reality? Listen. This answer is for all of you. Listen. When you remember the dream back, do two things. Try to remember whether it was color dream or black and white. If you feel you are able to remember the colors of the dream, it's a vision. Second, try to remember what is the smell you felt at the time in the dream. If you are able to remember the smell, relive, re-experience the smell of me which you saw in the dream, which you experienced in the dream. Be very clear, it's my darshan. I have come to you. It's straight darshan. It's not dream. It's darshan. Because only through breath, you, me, Paramashiva, all of us are connected. Listen, the breathing, the prana which is going inside your body and coming out, and the prana which is going inside my body and coming out, is directly connected to the prana which is going into the Paramashiva's Divya Sarira and coming out. So prana of you, prana of me, prana of Paramashiva, all is connected. Like Sutre Manigana Iva, Krishna says in Gita, how in the pearl mala, necklace, the thread, center thread connects all the pearls, like this mala. Paramashiva, this Rudraksha, pearl, everything is connected by one center thread. Same way, the prana in you, the prana movement, the breathing happening in you, and the prana movement in me, breathing happening, inhaling and exhaling, and prana movement in Paramashiva, all three are directly connected. All three are one and the same. So, if you can remember, re-smell the smell you felt in the dream when I visited you, then be very clear, it's a darshan, not just dream. So this too is the scale. Try to see whether the dream you are able to recollect in multicolor, was that in color or black and white? Are you able to remember that smell or not? That's all. Mohit Gupcham Chandani is asking, Nithyanandam Swamiji, electrostatic force acts between opposite charged particles. Does this mean positive thoughts will attract negative thoughts? Listen very carefully. The so-called positive thoughts cannot exist without the so-called negative thoughts. Like that is why this positive thinking and all doesn't work. Life positivity only works. Positive thinking does not work. Life positivity is different from positive thinking. Be very clear. Positive thoughts and negative thoughts will always coexist. Life positivity is the foundation. That's a constant. If you study the electromagnetic forces laws, electrostatic forces laws, all the principles, the constant is life positivity. There is no life negativity for life positivity. But there is negative thought currents for positive thought currents. Both are centered on constant, which is life positivity. So please understand. When you feel you are a broken part, you will always be afraid of the other pieces. If you know there is a constant which is in you, how much ever you have self-doubt, self-hatred, it will not go beyond certain limit. See, there are some people, they know, I fight with my husband, I fight with my wife, but I will never go to the extent of divorcing, leaving them. So that is what I call, even for your negativity, there is a limit. Even for your negative thoughts, there is a limit. Even for your self-doubt, there is a limit. So that self-doubt will have a self-confidence. Self-confidence will generate sometimes self-doubt. But both finally is established on the self. When you know that self's quality, that is life positivity. Self-doubt or self-confidence is like a self-doubt is negative thoughts, self-confidence is positive thoughts, but self is constant. If you know the self is rooted in consciousness, it is like a constant rooted on infinity. The constant, the principle of constant, rooted on the principle of infinity. Understand? Any one of you do little research, spend 3 months on this one principle. Principle of constant established on the principle of infinity, you will get Nobel Prize. You will get Nobel Prize because you will be revealed the science of number, exactly the state Ramanujam experienced. What the Mahalakshmi, Rajagiri Tayar revealed to Ramanujam, that space I am revealing to all of you. Understand and study. Spend a little time on what is the principle of constant and what is the principle of infinity as per the modern day maths and as per the Western science. I am telling you, this is from the Eastern revelations, the Vedas. The constant, the principle of constant is self. It is established on principle of infinity, which is consciousness. Principle of infinity is consciousness. Principle of self is constant. The constant is established on infinity. If this clicks in you, you will master number. Whole universe is nothing but number. Whole universe is just number. Number is a living God. Whether human beings, siddhas, rishis, devatas, all is just number. Number, that's all. You may be one, the code number for the human beings, like how the unique code. A number is there all over the world. Same way in the cosmos, there is a unique code. Number. For siddhas, there is a code number. For Devatas, there is a code number. Just understanding the number, you will have the revelation about the number. The moment constant is established on infinity clicks in you. Self is established on consciousness. Constant is established on infinity. Constant cannot exist unless it is established on infinity. Self cannot be self unless it is rooted, founded, sitting on consciousness. What Namagiri Tayar, Mahalakshmi Devi, revealed to Ramanujam, I am sharing with you all. Sri Shivanyana Swarupananda is asking, how does Shraddha relate to someone who has performed Maheshwara Puja for themselves? Shivanyana Swarupa, listen. All Hindus listen. If you have performed Maheshwara Puja for yourself, when you reach Kailasa after death, I will not let you be without food and water. I will not let you starve. If your next generations don't give you Shraddha, you will not have social respect in Kailasa. You will not be treated properly in Mahakailasa because you did not take the collective integrity to keep the Kailasa Dharma, Hinduism, Sanatana Dharma alive on the planet Earth. You fellow need to be punished for the criminal negligence. Take responsibility for your next generation to keep practicing Sanatana Hindu Dharma. If you receive the Shraddha, that is the proof your next generations are practicing Hindus. If you don't get the parcel from Buloka, I will not let you starve. It's like in old age home, when you get gifts from your kids, how among the oldies you get little respect. Wow, still my son cares about me, still my daughter cares about me. I got a flower bouquet, I got a iPhone, I got a muffler. My granddaughter stitched some clothes for me and sent. How you feel the pride. Same way you will be respected in Kailasa if your 7th generation sends you Shraddha properly. I will not let you starve because you have done Maheshwara Puja to yourself, but you will not have the social respect if your next generations are not giving you the Shraddha. You have not taken the collective responsibility, then why should you enjoy the respect in Kailasa? Rot. I'll make the Chandala colony and you be in the Chandala colony in Kailasa. Irresponsible, criminally negligent. You will not be starved, but criminally negligent Chandalas did not bother to inspire, bring up the kids to live the Sanatana Hindu Dharma. Just gave birth like a pig. Used the other body for sexual pleasure and gave birth, but did not take the responsibility to transmit this great cosmic science and bring them up, dumped them. Then why should you have a respect in Kailasa? Be in Chandala colony. Separately, criminally negligent Hindus. We'll have a separate colony, separate place. Deepa Satish is asking, Swamiji, if a person did not marry and did not take sannyas also, then how to get shraddha? Just rot. Either you should marry properly and keep that family tradition continue, or take sannyasa, and that sannyasa sampradaya continues, and sannyasa sampradaya does Maheshwara puja regularly to all their ancestor sannyasis. For the sannyasis who were part of the sampradaya and left the body. So either one way you receive the shraddha. If you have not done both, then rot. You have no liberation, you have no mukti, and you have no place in Pitruloka. Be in Batala, dark worlds, and rot. And don't try to use me or try to get any support from me for your criminally negligent lifestyle. Don't try to be like a neo-Hindu. Oh, Swamiji, please, so harsh and strong on us. You just tell us, give us some consolation. It's okay. You can chant Rama Rama 2 times. You can chant Krishna Krishna 3 times. You can chant Shiva Shiva 4 times. That is enough for your liberation. Actually, you don't even need to chant the second time Shiva or second time Rama. Just one Rama is enough for liberation. If you have that kind of an initiation and conscious reality. And when you don't have that conscious reality and initiation, don't try to use those statements to justify your criminal negligence. The shitty neo-Hindus using all the great Vedantic principles to justify their criminal intelligence and trying to teach me Hinduism. ஓரமா போய் விளையாடுங்கடா ஓக்கத்தை. Kela Browserd is asking, what if you don't have a children and you are the only Hindu in your family? Either get married, have children, bring them up as proper practicing Hindus, or take sannyas. So that sannyasa sampradaya gives you the Maheshwara puja. Forever. It's your responsibility you do any one of this. Sona Kamath is asking, is it important to know about our past lives? I tell you, unclutch deeply, you will know about your present life. Present life is nothing but the extension of past life. So whatever you need to know about the past will be revealed to you. So you can build your future. That. Next question, Shachi Aranke is asking, beloved Swamiji, how do we know the difference between delusion, fantasy, positive visualization, Satya Sankalpa? Shachi, listen. Shachi, are you there? Listen. Delusion means just intensely packed negativity. Not even a ray of positive hope. Fantasy means pendulum between this reality and greed. The extension of the reality you experience into the zone of greed, like a pendulum is oscillating between reality and greed. The end of the greed, end of the reality. The pendulum oscillating between these two is called fantasy. So maybe you can understand this word. See, the Jakrat state, waking state. That's what I meant by the word reality, not the conscious reality. Waking state and deep sleep state. The pendulum oscillating between these two is called fantasy. Then the third word you are asking, positive visualization. The pendulum oscillating between waking state and turiya is positive visualization. You are positively, consciously constructing it. When you try to visualize, you are with 25 heads, 75 eyes, 50 hands, Paramashiva. A positive visualization. It is like a pendulum oscillating between waking state and turiya state. So listen, pendulum oscillating between waking state and deep sleep is fantasy, and pendulum oscillating between waking state and turiya, conscious reality, that is positive visualization. Satya Sankalpa is more like powerful cognition. You just know this is it. This is it. Conclusive, powerful cognitions are Satya Sankalpa. That's all. This is the definition of these 4 words. So with this definition, you can see very clearly the difference. Mohit Gupchandani is asking, Swamiji, weak nuclear force is able to change the charges of particles via beta decay. Same way, when we meditate on powerful cognition, our thought current also changes immediately. Mohit Gupchandani, listen. When you actually unclutch not just your thought currents, your liver, your kidney, your intestine, the very elasticity and plasticity of your brain changes. Listen, youth means whose brain still retains the elasticity and plasticity for the new, exciting, enlightening life, intense life. Youth has nothing to do with based on your date of birth, year of birth. Youth means whose brain is plastic enough, elastic enough to manifest the grooves, to radiate enlightenment, excitement, intensity, joy, life positivity is youth. So when you unclutch, sit in unclutching, your liver changes, your intestine balances, the elasticity and plasticity of the brain, the ability of your brain to develop the new grooves changes. It's no more a dead, frozen stone. It's a living clay in which the new grooves can be formed. Youth is a person who can get inspired, who can get excited, who can really awaken himself for developing the grooves of enlightenment. Saranya is asking, Swamiji, as a mother, What can I give the best for my kid? Give e-Gurukul. Don't come back and try to tell me and negotiate me. Oh, my husband doesn't agree. My dad doesn't agree. My father's granddaughters, cousins, machan is angry with you and he doesn't accept you. Don't come back to me with all these shitty stories. This is the best you can give for your kid. If you can give, give. Otherwise, do what you want. Get ready for your Bangladeshi neighbors to come and enjoy your daughters. It is so sad. Even though Hindus lost the whole Akhanda Bharat, shrinking in such terrorizing speed in last 100 years. And still these fellows are, oh, Sanatana Hindu Dharma cannot be destroyed. It is Sanatana means eternal jing jing jung jung. And they are trying to console me. Hey. Shalini Viswanathan is asking, can girls give Pinda Darpana for parents and ancestors? Agama very clearly says girls have to give, not can girls give. I do not know about how this idea girls cannot do Shraddha or last rites got into the so-called Neo-Hinduism. There is enough agamic reference. Even the other day, Ma Achala and Pranapriya pulled out. I have a clear Shastra Pramana. Daughters, wife, sisters, girls, women can do last rites as per Agama. I'll upload that Shastra Pramana. I'll tell Ma Pranapriya and Achala to upload that Shastra Pramana. It is available. So be very clear. Women can do even the last rites like a cremation or keeping samadhi, all these last rites, and can give Pinda Darpana, Shraddha, should give. And how these Neo-Hindus have started believing this shit, women should not do last rites or women should not do Shraddha and Pinda. I don't know how this has happened. But original Agama says very clearly. We have Agama Pramana, Shastra Pramana. Women can do last rites and should do Pinda Darpana and Shraddha for ancestors and parents. These Neo-Hindu intellectuals destroy the original Hinduism.
नेत्रधर हर नित्यानंद शक्ति प्रदायक नित्यानंद जय 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 नित्यानंद.
Kim Ki Lee is asking, Swamiji, what exactly do you mean when you say to someone that you will remove their karmas? I just remove their karmas, that's all. Their past activities and the bad, negative sins they collected, the pain they created in others, comes on them as the karma. I just burn them away, that's all. All the effects of their past is burnt away. They are freed from the past and the influence of the past and sufferings of the past. That's all. Sharmila Rajendran, how to convert the fear energy to my advantage in everyday life? Simply decide to unclutch. Ferociously unclutch. Arrogantly unclutch. You see, how arrogantly you fight with your spouse, husband. How you don't give up. Same way, just don't give up to your fear. That's all. Treat your fear as your spouse. That's it. How you sit and plan even when he or she is not there. What all arguments you should throw when he comes back. When she comes back. See, you spend certain time fighting with your spouse. All the remaining times you spend in preparing mentally for the fight. Same way, don't give up. Don't bend in front of your fear. That's all. Treat it like your spouse. You will suddenly see the fear disappears and it loses power over you. That's it. Maya Das. What is the vrata which should be observed for Skanda Sashti to create collective integrity? For that 6 days, all of you who want to do Skanda Sashti vrata, gather in one place. Cook together. Have only one meal during the sunset. Whole day don't eat anything. Do Skanda Sashti Parayanam 36 times. Sit as a group from morning till evening. That 6 days, take off. Whoever wants to do Skanda Sashti Vratam, all of you gather in one place. Stay in one place. Rent a place and stay in one place. From morning till evening. Do 36 times Skanda Sashti Vrata. Means Skanda Sashti Parayanam. Skanda Sashti, that Skanda Sashti Kavacham chanting. And evening, before the sunset, have only one meal. All of you cook together, work together, cook, offer it to Subramanya, and eat before going to bed. Late night, do Rudrabhishekam. Listen, in Hindu tradition, in Agamas, doing Rudrabhishekam to Subramanya is tradition. Night is the time the third eye of the Paramashiva opened up for the Subramanya to manifest. So night time, do Rudrabhishekam. After the sunset, do the Rudrabhishekam to Subramanya. Ma Shuka Yoga is asking, girls can go to temples during menstrual time. No. Any temple gives as a rule in their patadi. See, the prana pratishta, whoever has done the prana pratishta of the deity, they make the patadi. If that temple's patadi does not allow women during the periods 3 days to come into the temple, you should not go. And if you ask me, I will tell not only you should not go to temple, even inside the home, you should isolate yourself. You can go to your personal puja room, like a Atmartha puja, you can do. You should do Atmartha Puja. That is okay. But you can't go to the place where Parartha Puja happens. If that Pattadis ban you entering, so you should follow the Pattadi of those temples. In the house also, you should take rest for the 3 days, should not do anything other than just isolating yourself, and people should serve you for the 3 days. Shachi Arange is asking, can women do Gayatri mantra, other Vedic mantras? Yes, you can do Gayatri and other Vedic mantras, and it will not lead to any hormonal imbalance or any problems. You can do. You can do, and we have enough references of Rishikas. Tons of reference. I have a long list, at least 100 Rishikas were there during the Vedic times, and in the Vedas itself, we have a reference of 100 Rishikas. Not just Maitri and Gargi. There's a big list. So enjoy Vedas. Saranya Tatpurusha Shivashakti is asking, give me spiritual name. Tatpurusha Shivashakti is a spiritual name for you. You took the Samaya Diksha, you got that spiritual name. If you want the spiritual name with Nithyananda Sannyasa, I will give you. Without taking the responsibility, why are you trying to have the spiritual name? If you say, oh, I can't take a sannyasa, then just be happy with the spiritual name you got with the Samaya Diksha. That's all. Samaya Diksha people, be happy with the Samaya Diksha spiritual name. If the spiritual name with Nithyananda, come and become Adinam